Meeting to order at 10:02. Agenda additions. See some of red on here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have one to add to 6.3. That is the appointment of the assessor as a designated officer. As you know, Rod Fisk is retired, and this is his replacement. And the next one is, we have an additional quote for Gadsby drainage project that we're working on. I want to keep it going, but because we're taking the drainage, moving it right out of the hamlet to the highway and then out to the Big Knife Creek, we've had some extra work that needs to be done. So I'd like to get this approved so I can keep this project going.
Any other additions? Councilor Stevens?
I'd like a small council RFI edition of power line mulching.
Number 5.1.
Any other additions?
So I'll give you a motion as amended.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor? Up carried. Okay, we have a delegation of one with victim services, and then Michelle had said that Craig would be in at 10:30, so we'll be moving into these Craig Teal. So our first, I guess, council's request for information, power line mulching, Councilor Stevens.
I've noticed in my area, ATCO's been doing a ton of mulching work. Is it possible that we could request a map of the areas they're planning on doing? At the bare minimum, I think it makes sense to get that map over to our spraying department. If they're mulched and right down, then it's a prime opportunity to go in and spray to make sure that everything's done. And there is areas where they left a row of trees in the middle of the ditch and they took out the ones further away. There might be room to share some costs while they're there to just do one more swath wider rather than pay for an additional mow.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let council know that ACO does inform the county of their planned projects that impact our road right-of-ways or are near our road right-of-ways. So we do have the maps from them, and I'm sure operations could follow up with them to see what their timelines are so that we can dovetail our operations with theirs and see if we can, get them to do maybe a little bit more work for us. They've been great to work with, to be honest. The environmental company they have subcontracted has been very communicative, so.
Councilor Grover?
You want them to spray it after, before they mulch it? After, will there be nothing growing till later in the summer that you want them to spray it after come back, right?
Yes, so while everything's cleaned out, if we get it while it's little, we shouldn't have to mulch it anymore moving forward, right?
It'll take a bit to grow it though, so they get a decent kill, so. If they mulching it now, when it first starts to come, we make sure it all comes before we spray it. Because I've had some done and you still, till it gets up about foot high or foot and a half, doesn't really do much. You end up with just as much afterwards. But that's my personal opinion on it.
Councilor Stolberg?
I think our staff, if they have the maps to follow up, they'll judge when the optimum time is to spray. They'll get that perfect amount of growth and then they'll get it, but they just got to be aware of where they should be following.
We were supposed to have a map on it before, but then they never come back and sprayed it. So I think we'll have to keep on top of it, so. Thank you.
Councilor Gender?
I think Steve was just asking for down the road that the admins or public works is just aware of it. Like with the machine that, did you see the machine actually working and like what size is it compared to ours? I'm not sure like whether it can be a larger machine.
Counselor Gender, your mic's up. You're red. You gotta push that big
And
button.
it turns green.
I'll just speak up.
No, you push the top button.
Push the big button.
Okay.
Just push, don't hold, now try.
Okay, better.
Yes.
No, I'm just kind of wondering like whether you'd noticed size machine was compared to the one that we have. Because I don't want to say, okay, there's going to be, they brought in a bigger machine doing bigger stuff and then we can kind of follow up. That,
I don't know if it's the same crew. I know that along the highway, there was a big machine. It looked like it was probably on a D4 or 5 chassis, so that would be substantially bigger than ours. But on 40-4, it was a comparable size. It was a skid steer mounted one.
thank you.
That would be to receive for information. Andrew? Counselor King?
I will move that we receive for information.
Call the question, all in favor? And that'll be carried. Under new business, request for decision, reoffer to purchase a lot in Erskine, page 4 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sharon?
Well, this is the one I was withdrawn. So,
Oh.
sorry, I missed this when we were setting the agenda, but this offer was for market. So of course it kind of changes the way we do it, but the prospective purchaser withdrew their offer yesterday.
So do we have to do any, we just,
No, I guess we can receive for information that it was dropped.
Counselor Gender?
If he's offering what has been the sale value, why is it coming back to council?
That's basically to let you know. But it's been dropped, he withdrew his offer, so.
Can I get an accept for information? Counselor Stevens? Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Request for the AUC submission would be Craig.
Right, so that would be around 10:30.
Okay, do we need Sharon in for request for the assessor, or can you do that?
I can do it, yeah.
Okay. 6.3, request for decision, appointment of assessor, handout number 1.
Right, so like I said, Rod Miskey has retired, and Kevin, I don't know if I can say his last name, Bolkin. I met with him last week. He's been working for Wild Rose Assessment for probably the past 5 or 6 years. He does all of Ponoka County's assessing. So I feel that he's well versed, because we're very similar to Ponoka. And I think he'll do an excellent job for us, and it was recommended by Rod. So I'm just asking council to appoint him as a Wild Rose Assessment as a designated to carry out the functions and duties and powers of the municipal assessor under the MGA.
Counselor Stolberg?
I will make the motion to appoint Kevin Volkin of Wild Rose Assessment as the designated county assessor.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. Old business, 7.1, request for decision, Village of Gadsby wastewater connections. Page 106 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Craig, did you want to speak to this one?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. As you can see before you, council previously had discussed locations within the hamlet of Gadsby under the county of Stettler control that may need to be hooked up or could be hooked up to the wastewater system that is offered in the hamlet of Gadsby. Council requested that further information be returned in regards to what each location required for equipment, as well as a breakdown of the costs of that equipment in those locations. So as you can see, we basically in that document that was submitted to council show that the bank building, church building, and ball diamonds are all listed up there with the work that's required at each location to account for the costs. As you can also see, base work costing reflects the pump and a float, modifying or adding discharge line up to a maximum of 50 feet, supplying 25 feet of the heavy duty extension cord to provide power for the pump at the location, and includes excavation, backfill, and labor as well. It was also requested by council that a cost for an added RV station, a dump station at the ball diamonds be included. So as you can see, we do have a equipment of $2,500, expenditure of $2,500 from contractor. And that is merely for just the piping and adding it into the system that's currently there. So the tanks that are currently at that location. The remainder, the 10 to 15,000, would be the added infrastructure that the county would put into the work. So that would be materials, gravel, concrete, piping for protection of the area, any groundwork that would be required to have road network leading into and out of, and the labor. So that would be an added cost. The estimate between 10 and 15 is merely to allow for design after the fact and ensure that we would have the dollars available to make it work appropriately. Currently, council was also inquiring about interest for rentals in all the properties. There hasn't been any current interest in renting any of the properties, the bank building or the church building, or interest in purchasing the church building. It is just coming into our under our fold for handling it. It's in the process, but there's no interest at this point in time for renting or purchasing either of those properties. The Gadsby ball diamonds, with the wastewater hookup and the ability to open up to the washrooms, as well as installing an RV dump location there, definitely adds to the amenities that are offered there at that location, and then would very likely add to the amount of interest that people would have in working with that location for their functions.
That's got it, Gregory.
Pardon?
That's got it.
That's got it. So if there's any questions or further information that the council requires, I can answer those for you now.
I do have a comment. When I read through this, it said that the water wasn't in the old bank building. I think there was a water.
So there previously was water hooked up to the bank building. That service has been disconnected.
Okay.
The routing for that water passed through and under private property.
Okay.
As it was routed to that building, so it had to be disconnected at that time.
That would make sense. Councilor Grover?
The bank building and the church, are they structurally sound?
So if I may, Mr. Reeve, extensive work has been done to the church building in Gadsby. It's structurally sound. The foundation has been built up as it sits right now. It's well maintained, and exteriorly it's cladded. So there'd be no further maintenance required, or very little maintenance required to that building to ensure that there'd be no material decline in it. The bank building, however, there are some concerns in regards to the age of the building and the brick structure itself. I don't know exactly structurally. I don't have a report in front of me, and I'm not familiar exactly with what it is on that building. But I know there are some concerns with the exterior and the condition of it. Overall, the bank building, I mean, it has been inspected through the winter. We did have some water issues in the basement that we're taking care of. But from a standpoint of leaking roof wise and stuff, there's no leaks in the roof that were reported.
Councilor Stevens?
Is there any concerns about asbestos in the old bank building? Are we going to, if we went and did additional work, are we going to be into abatement just to add water and sewer and punch through walls, et cetera?
As it currently sits right now, there's no concern. If you were looking at a demolition of the building, you would then, I believe, have to get into, since you're disturbing the building and you're dismantling the materials of the building, then you would have to have a test done at that point in time. But utilizing the structure, I believe, and Andrew, you can maybe weigh in on this a bit, utilizing the structures as they sit at this point in time are fine to do.
Yeah, but any work on it, good or bad, or add or remove, you're gonna need an assessment, and I'm not excited to see what the results of that will be. As far as our liabilities go with our asset retirement obligation, I do believe we set up a liability for the bank building that it met the criteria we did based on a sort of an age-based analysis of our structures, that it is likely to contain and would require at least investigation and possibly remediation.
Councilor Stolberg?
I think like historically, the demand for older buildings and hamlets is really not there. It to me, I don't think we should probably be putting money into this until we know that there's definitely a need, and at that time, whoever's doing it could put their own sewer in probably, just like everybody else. But to me, I'd be more focused on the ball diamonds. That's something that has more potential for use. Other than the two abandoned buildings, taking sewer to the abandoned buildings, they're abandoned now, they probably will always be abandoned. So I think, in my opinion, it makes more sense to use service Gadsby ball diamonds.
Yeah. Just if I can comment on that too, it just, there is a lot of traffic goes by there also too from Westwoods. But I think I've seen sewers being dumped along roads. It maybe would, yeah, sorry, but I've seen it. But
three of us, one of us has to do this.
Yeah.
One of us has to do this.
but on that same sense, it would provide a service to people in that area that where they could dump. I know it comes with a cost, but it would also open up that area for rental. And then if anything was done at the church building, it is not very far to there for washrooms. I know it's not good for people with disabilities, but for other people, it would be a pleasant walk if something happened in the summertime. Part I have a problem with putting anything like as far as the sewer into these or water is the fact that the bank building or the church is drainable. So, but if you start putting it in and expecting it to be year round, then you're forced to heat them too, so.
And Mr. Chairman, probably one last consideration I would add is that if these weren't included in the current scope of the project, the mobilization that we're talking about saving is probably not significant. So if there was a change of heart down the road, it's not like we're seeing great inefficiencies in cost. It's a local contractor that's quoting, they're not going anywhere, we're not going anywhere.
And for the ball diamonds itself, like Councilor Stolberg, you did voice, but Councilor Gender?
So like this is coming out of MSI funds, or is it going to be coming out of the funds like for the transition from?
I've got them piggyback together, so it's the transition MSI and the community building fund. So we're going to use these until they're all gone, and then I might be back to take some out of reserves to finish the project. But I'm hoping I get a good price on the actual construction.
So like, what do we still have in funding for the transition funds?
I've got that calculation at my desk. I could give it to you this afternoon, but I think we're still close to the $700,000-800,000. And this was included in my calculations, except maybe the actual hookups of what the wastewater. There's a couple of extra ones, but they could fit in.
So the stitching that we've also got on the agenda, it would be
The same fund.
be under the transition fund also?
We the tourism do
Okay.
that together.
Be nice to know like what that fund, what that's going to really be or costing before we go ahead with it.
Yeah, we have the money, we have to spend it. That's what the funds have been allocated to. If we don't, like basically we're out there hooking it up. If we don't hook them up now, we're gonna have the same problem that we've always had out there, is that, it doesn't operate properly. We need to get these people hooked up. That's part of, when we got the transition funds, that was one of the things that the government wanted done. So I think as far as the hookups go, especially if there's a potential to utilize the ball diamonds more, that would be a priority over the drainage. But the drainage, to me, if we drain it to the east or the west or the north of the hamlet, and it ever decides to rain again in this country, then we're going to be flooding. It's going to come back, and we're going to flood out the hamlet. So we need to keep moving it so that it gets to the ditch and then gets to the Big Neck Creek, like we did in Botha, like we've done in Erskine. We need to complete this job in Gadsby.
I am for going ahead with it, but anything with the derelict buildings, I'm kind of like along Mr. Stolberg's side of where just soon hold off on that. Whereas say like the ditching and the ball diamonds, I'm very much in favor of that. Thank you.
I just, the derelict, I don't like that word. The church right now, the way it's been handed to us, looks as good as it ever has in its time. People put a lot of work into it. It is sitting on a good foundation. They moved it off, put it on cement, moved it back on. It's fully steel clad with the black and white original colors. So derelict, and the bank building too has stood that way for 50 years. It's a brick building. It's the old classic brick building that was banks and towns. There is derelict buildings in Gadsby, and there's derelict buildings in other hamlets, but those two I don't put in that same category. They're unoccupied, but not derelict.
So one of the things that administration spoke about when we were discussing this project was that even if those sites became like an historical site or even a visitor, people driving by Gadsby with the right signage, you might be people looking to see how it was the smallest village in Alberta, right? So you could bring them in. Somebody might want to tour especially the church. So by hooking up and having these facilities at the Ball Diamonds, Gadsby's not that big that if you were viewing the church or walking around the church or the old bank building, that you can walk over to the Ball Diamonds and use the facility.
I find that very favorable.
Yeah. Without using the word derelict. Yeah.
I think
I'm not sure if you have no lights.
it's dead in the water.
Thank you, Mr. Stolberg. Thank you very much for that. Most people can't hear me. I think this would be an opportunity for us maybe to donate these two buildings to the Town and County Stettler Museum, possibly. They could have a remote location. These are great buildings for a museum, remote museum. They could expand their current operations. Just a thought.
Your light, the red light's on now, so that would give you a signal. Thank you.
Back off, please.
It's freaking out there.
Oh, Councillor Stevens.
I have been told that the church building is restored and in quite good condition. I did not get the same information about the bank building, but I'm no expert on that one. If this transition grant was not used for hooking up the septic, could we use it for a liability mitigation if we were to take down the bank building or?
The only funds that are available to do that is the community building fund, and there's only $105,000 in that account, which I have grouped in to finish off the sewer hookups and drainage.
I just don't want to get in a situation where we're throwing good money after bad if there's no demand. The ball diamonds, that makes sense to me. I can envision how there would be demand and use of that. But how long is the bank building sat empty for now?
Yeah, that is the only fund. We could tap into the county's community building fund, but right now we have it allocated to rural water lines.
Okay.
And so it's sitting there building.
Okay.
And that bank building has stood proud and true for many years. It was a Cub Scout building. It was the seniors drop-in center. And then basically with a lot of communities that the aging people, aging volunteers were slowly eliminated. But they did have their bingos and it was quite a lively place, so.
Was being the key word there.
Well, no, but one day the lake will even be like that too. In the wintertime, was. Summertime is. Once we have our building boom out there.
Oh,
Counselor Gender, do you have any motions?
Okay, I'll make the motion that we go ahead and work on the ball diamonds, excluding the infrastructure for adding on to the dumping station.
Excluding the dumping station?
Keyword was.
Counselor Nyberg?
Discussion on it. So what's your thoughts? Just why not the dumping station? And where I'm at on it is, I think that's maybe probably one of our best improvements out there is to put the dumping station. I know it comes with a cost, but I do think that it seems to me that that's one of the things that we may be lacking. Like I know, especially at Erskine, that dumping station gets utilized quite heavily. So
I guess my question, okay, why are they utilizing that dumping station at Erskine when there's no camping there? And also, if they're going to be camping up at Westwoods or in Gadsby for, it might be 2-3 days, your holding tank should be holding that much. Take it back home with you.
Most people, if they take it, they're not, Counselor Gender, I'm not even gonna ask you what you do with it. People that don't live on a farm probably don't, if they do the same thing, their neighbors are gonna complain profusely. So that would be the thing, and a lot of these people that are wet or not on hookups, they need spots even going down the road to be able to empty their systems.
But there'll also be people that'll be coming, say, like from the Edmonton area over to Westwoods. I don't think they would be driving down to Gadsby. So where do you really draw the line saying, okay, it's going to be worthy of putting it in? So who do you really accommodate?
If we have an influx of people coming from Edmonton that want to use camping at Westwoods, I strongly encourage it. If they stop and did some shopping on their way through, that's even better. Well, wherever, the broader community.
If we could build a store, that would be even better. Like, let's get that rumor going.
So I guess that's where I'm not trying to dissuade you of your motion, but that's where I'm at on this, is that I think out of all the conversation that we're having here, the most appealing to me is putting in the dumping stations at the ball diamond. So typically, I will say typically, even at a ball diamond function, let's say we had 20-25 campers there, when they leave, they like to dump before they leave. That's typically, and the reason I say that it makes sense for me in that sense is what Mr. Clark has mentioned. As someone who rides a motorbike sometimes, I do notice that there happens to be individuals that forget to put their plug in. I'm not sure how that works, but then there is a trail following some of these RVs, and I would like to make it more convenient for them to put it where it should be instead of on the highway. I think we're a first world country, and I think we can afford to add some first world amenities.
I just find, okay, with as long as we've got enough funding in there, the biggest thing like in Gadsby is the drainage. As long as we've got funding for that, and we've been told that there's about 600K in there, that should more than do it. Like the 10-15, I've got no problems with that at all, James. If you want to make a friendly motion in there.
Well, I would make the friendly amendment that your motion said that we go ahead with the ball diamond with, and I would put the friendly amendment with additions of a dumping station and bathrooms, right? That's what we're planning to put there. And I think the 2 water hookups for the 2 buildings should,
That was sewer, but they could happen,
they can happen at any time. Yeah.
Councilor Grover, you had.
We'll just get rid of the motorcycles off the road, I think, probably.
Okay.
I think we should split it up into 2 votes. One, I agree with putting water out to the Ball Diamond. The dumping station, I'm not really in favor of.
It's not water, Councilor Grover, it's all wastewater.
Well,
I think they already have water going.
and that was one of the biggest complaints about having the ball tournament there was the fact that they had to haul the tanks once or twice a weekend. And so for family reunions, there's a good facility there that would be like, there's a kitchen area, there's that covered area, and the ball diamonds that for people with family reunions, et cetera, there's a spot for them to go. So you're putting the pump system in and everything, and it's a spot for people to dump their RV prior to going in. And I have seen, I have to say, I've seen way too many dumping them in the ditch. I don't mind, yeah, I might don't mind on a field that you're not supposed to, but that I have a field to do that, so.
Mr. Chairman, and I mean, I think everybody here, again, getting back to being that we're in a first world country, if you have water hooked up to your house, you usually hook up sewer as well. That's just the kind of situation that we're in. I think they go hand in hand. We don't have a department just for water and a department just for sewer. It's our water and sewer department, so.
Councilor Gurley?
And the other ones, can we check, make sure that they're, when we go, we're not voting on them, right?
Well, no, it's.
But I would like administration to check them over, make sure, like you said, it's got a good foundation and that there's no asbestos in it or.
I
Ready to go.
I did not say any building
Okay.
did not have,
That's what,
every building, Dave.
I know.
Asbestos.
That's why we're
Have asbestos.
we make the motion, check it for asbestos and stuff.
That would be a separate motion then. That's not, talking about wastewater here.
Right?
You've accepted a friendly amendment? Okay. Do you have another comment? You're holding your mic or you just can't wait for the next statement?
Actually, Mr. Reeve, I was just looking for an opportunity to bring it back to center there to see if we were making sure that we were going to work with the Gatsby Ball Diamond, hooking up the wastewater and doing the RV for the funds allocated or as indicated up to a maximum of the 17,000 for the site prep.
That was the friendly amendment, was to take us back to that point for the ball diamonds, correct? Yeah, and an RV station. Okay, any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Councilor McKay's opposed. Okay, I see Craig is here and we're after 10:30. So that would take us back to 6.2. Request for decision, AUC submission, page 8 of our package.
Reeve Clark, members of council. So this item is kind of a project that has been undergoing multiple discussions over quite a few years now in the. It's the one of the. Okay, one of 2 projects that are being proposed within our jurisdictional boundaries, and it looks like it's the first of the 2 that's going to be. It's being weird. Making its way formally through the Alberta Utilities Commission approval process. This particular project, you can see the layout up on the screen. It consists of 190 acres to be developed for a solar array and a battery pack. Its location is along Township Road 38-4, just to the east of the county shop. Its capacity would be a 25 megawatt power generation, and then the battery pack would store about 60 megawatts of power. So a very significant change in the land use. The formal approval or application to AUC was submitted in December of 2024, and that overall process does afford the county the ability to participate and share our perspectives and views.
You're rubbing your hand. You must be rubbing your hand out, Greg.
I think they're having issues.
Hopefully, budget reflects this afternoon.
They're in there. They're in there.
Only with one. So let's try it. Does this one work?
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully no feedback. Sorry about that, Reeve Clark. So in terms of the application, the AUC is the lead decision-making authority on these kind of projects. So that's why they have the application first. Eventually, the county will receive a development permit and we'll have to make a decision. But largely, the Alberta Utilities Commission makes a determination on whether or not the project is going to be approved on the ground, yes or no. The expectation then is later a development permit would come to the county, and the county's MPC would make a decision, but they have to stay within the parameters established by the Alberta Utility Commission in their approval process. So if the commission has decided that there's going to be a solar plant on this 198 cultivated acres, then that decision has already been made, and there's only a series of other decisions left for the Municipal Planning Commission to address. So the AUC process is pretty important for us in being able to make sure the Alberta Utility Commission understands our local plans and policies. That's mostly our municipal development plan and our land use bylaw requirements, so they can take those into account in making their decision. And also it's an opportunity for County Council to communicate your perspective on this proposed change in land use. So the submission that's attached for Council's consideration covers a number of topics. So not the least of which is first all the background to make sure the commission members of the AUC panel understands the local planning and regulations, and we're available to answer any questions around that. The second major component it moves into is offers the council's perspective on the major change of land use. And in brief, what's in the submission is the communication that the council does not view that this proposed change in land use, which is quite industrial, does not fit with the vision laid out in our municipal development plan for a rural character setting and being an agricultural based rural economy. So it does communicate that to the AUC for their consideration that this project would not have the support of county council. Moving beyond that, what you see, we do have to be braced for the opportunity or the event that they may approve the project, and eventually a development permit would be coming before the council or the MPC. So the next section of the submission goes into addressing a series of issues that we had a chance to evaluate over the course of the last 2 years and communicate with the applicant on, that some of the issues may be better decided by the Alberta Utility Commission, for example, following up on noise generation and making sure that it meets provincial requirements, dealing with glare on roads. Other matters may be best left to the development permit stage. So things like what approach is used, where are they actually located, how is stormwater management adjusted, how are the setbacks from roads applied from the county's perspective, and ideally, how would the visual impact of this project for people that are traveling Township Road 38-4 be addressed as part of the overall appearance of this development over the long term. So we are subject to Alberta Utility Commission's decision, but we do also have to be braced with the fact that a development permit will eventually land. And a good part of the submission also talks about making sure we have a clear separation of jurisdiction between the two decision makers. So our obligation will be to follow the lead of the Alberta Utilities Commission. And our development permit may be subject to the appeal provisions, which means this project would go to the Land and Property Rights Tribunal. So for the submission for the jurisdiction, it's very important for us to have clear written communication on what decisions have been left for the local planning authority versus what decisions have been taken by the Alberta Utilities Commission. So you'll see that in our submission as well. So things that have been flagged as important for the AUC or for us to deal with include things like an emergency response plan. in terms of how the expectations are. It's a significant industrial site with unique characteristics. And there should be a prior game plan for any first responders, if they ever have to go onto the site, know what to expect and how best to tackle things. So typically we do see that attached to these kind of approvals as an emergency response plan.
Can I ask you just a question on emergency response emissions? Like the smoke off of this stuff, has there been any studies on that? Because this is a high residence population around here too.
So the study that's done in the context of an emergency, there's no day-to-day emissions.
Okay.
But in the event of an emergency, if something's on fire, there's a lithium involved, and the main concern is hydrogen fluoride, HF. So there's dispersion modeling around what that is. And what it basically means, if you're used to, I guess the closest synonym or similar activity would be anhydrous ammonia. In a farm setting, you do not go in without a respirator into a hydrogen fluoride cloud. So they do model that, and part of the ERP, emergency response plan, would be identifying how do you respond to that? How do you know what's happening? And if there's a need for evacuation, at what point do you make the call and start evacuating locally? So those all, and unfortunately, some of these solutions in the emergency response plan that we've seen for other similar applications may be to let the fire burn itself out, during which you may or may not have the dispersion cloud. So that's the high risk one. It's not to say there's aren't other emissions, but that's the most significant and deadly one.
Okay, well, appreciate that. Thank you.
Weed and pest management control is another key item that we continue to hope to either get resolved through the AUC or through a development permit process. Issues of stormwater management, we're hoping that the AUC leaves that to more detailed design that would be dealt with at the time of development permit. Visual impact on all the roads I mentioned, glare on the roads. We're hoping the AUC will agree with the recommendation of adjusting the resting angle of these panels. They will track from east to west during the day. And when they're at their lowest setting, that's when we get the most impact and glare. But there is a setting that would take all glare away from the traveling public on Route 38-4. So our submission advocates for that solution to be put in place by the AUC. Noise looks like it's been addressed in terms of the biggest noise generating factor will be kind of the green cluster that you see in the middle of the drawing. That's where the battery pack is. Between those and the second loudest item on there will be the inverters that are at the end of the various rows. So collectively, that noise has been modeled to show that it doesn't exceed 40 decibels before it reaches the nearest house. But that's modeling, and then the typical AUC condition is to say we'll do a true up with additional real world confirmation once construction has taken place. And finally, the matters that are identified in the submission that are best left to the county are some of the ones I've already listed off. There's things like our typical road use agreements, applying our setbacks, if there's a need to grant a variance, leaving that to the Municipal Planning Commission, checking on approaches and using our usual approach application requirements. So those things that are more kind of local adjustments that could be left to our decision-making process. So with that, Reeve Clark, this recommendation from administration is subject to any feedback council has on the submission, is to get authorization to make the formal written submission to the AUC, and then use that as a basis for administration to represent the county's view in the scheduled hearing, which is early June, if we keep on the schedule that the AUC has so far. With that, Reeve Clark, be happy to field any questions.
Any questions for Craig? Stewart?
Well, then I'll make the motion for the option 1 that we authorize administration to use this attached submission as the one that's presented to AUC and to participate in the hearing process.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councilor Grover's opposed. That's carried. Thank you. The land use is Craig in for the land use bylaw piece, or?
Do you guys want to do the bylaw right now? Probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Well, it's yours, not. Okay, we'll move to 9.1, bylaw 1744-25, land use bylaw amendment for Botha for first reading and to set public hearing date.
Thank you very much, Reeve Clark. So this application is the county's own application to amend our land use bylaw for county-owned lots that we are selling in the hamlet of Botha. So the proposal is to change some commercial and public service designated lots that are on the south side of the railway, north side of the traditional downtown area, to residential, so hamlet residential. And our hopes is that it will be the most marketable arrangement. In assessing the proposed change, administration did look at the block of commercial land that's just on the south side of the area, subject site. And while we have that designated as commercial, the reality is we don't have a lot of actual physical, real commercial happening. Probably the closest is the active post office building. And then the mercantile building at the other end of that block face is really more of a storage and derelict property than it is an active ongoing commercial setting. So in administration's view, the most marketable means of moving these lots and making sure that we still fit for land use compatibility is to switch over to hamlet residential. On the side, for the hamlet of Botha, for that commercial area, there's some challenges with the existing lots. They're small by modern comparison. So if you're trying to attract a vehicular traffic, you would need a much different size lot or different configuration, and preferably closer to the highway to be able to capture traveling customers to be able to survive. So that's just the harsh reality of looking at commercial in a small setting. So the recommendation is to give first reading to bylaw 1744-25 and also schedule, I got down the date for me.
May 14th.
14th at 1 p.m. Thank you very much. As the date for the public hearing. Oh, sorry, my mistake, May 28th.
May 20, a month out?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Council Gender and then Council.
I'll make the motion that we do number one, council give first reading to 1744-25.
For May 28th, right there. That's, you're good. Okay. Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? And that would be carried. Thank you, Craig. Okay, number 8, agenda items, Gadsby drainage upgrade, additional fees, handout number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in June 27th of 24, I presented the engineering fees for the Gadsby drainage project with a total of $95,340, which council approved, and that took us right through to construction. Administration feels that in order to handle this project and the proper drainage once and for all, we need to make sure that the water leaves the hamlet. So we want to take the water out to the north through private property, which is wetlands, and then out to 852 to get it eventually to the Big Knife Creek. So, of course, designing that, of course, there's a wetland. We have to involve Alberta Environment. There's additional fees that are required. So I'm asking council to approve an additional $37,414 in engineering to complete this project.
Mr. Stevens?
Are we going to have any landowner issues if this wetland gets bigger because of the amount of water we're sending that way?
I know that one landowner is very happy to work with us. I'm not so sure about the other one. I'm just being smart. I think we have buy-in for both landowners.
Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Just a little background into the water flow. Working with MP&E, we have designed the ditching and to utilize the wetland and the natural features leading up to where it would enter into the highway right away and across into the creek. We aren't increasing flow rates coming out of the hamlet, and we aren't increasing flow rates as it passes through the natural wetland. So we will not be, there will never be a point in time in which the wetland would grow larger than its outline feature here in the proposed document that we got with the draft. utilizing the features, there will never be a point that we will exceed that size, which is the natural state of the wetland, nor will we flood any of the property further up on the ditch as well.
I just have one question though. It won't drain the wetlands that are there though.
No, if you take a look at the cross section on that print here now, you can see where it is outlined wetland. And then right at the very right edge of the wetland, you'll see that there is a bit of a rise in that location. That is going to remain as a natural weir. As we discussed with Alberta Environment, that they would be in favor of that remaining as it is right now, is because it basically holds as a natural stop for the water just releasing away. So that would be held as it states and as it sits currently right now. So that's why there'd be no increase or reduction in the size of the wetland. In essence, as the water then carries from that point forward, the ditch would allow the water to basically have a route that it naturally takes already without flattening out across a large span of ground, which does favor for the landowners and the fact that it does move the water from that location and it gets it to the point where it will enter the creek efficiently, and it does allow also then the county to have the ability to protect that flow of the water through to the point where it enters the creek, restricting any development or restriction on that area.
Councilor Gender?
So at the railway crossing, there's already an existing culvert there?
Correct.
And that was concerned, like if we didn't have it, we'd have to then get
Shirley McClellan in there. They're okay on it. So going down into, say, like towards the right-hand side with the excess dirt that is going to be excavated from there, that it is going to be definitely taken care of, or we know where we can stockpile it.
Currently, any of the spoil that will be needed to be removed, we have a point for it. As you can see, the ditch is very shallow and non-obstructive, so there won't be a whole lot of excavation required, but we will be able to work with the material and take any extra away. Correct.
Councilor Stevens?
I will move that we approve the increased engineering costs of $37,414 to complete the Gadsby drainage project.
Councilor
With the funding to come out of the transition fund?
Yeah, comes out of the transition MSI. Yeah, community building fund.
Thank you.
Councilor Big?
Yeah, the 37,414 is only engineering cost, correct? It's not to dig the ditch or anything, so just so you know, Justin, that
Yep.
engineering, not the total cost of everything, so.
Yep.
Hey, thank you.
Okay, call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
Thank you.
Okay. Consent agenda items. Is there any things that need to come up? I did notice on the two franchise reports that we do not collect any franchise agreements.
Yeah, so both Gadsby and Bothell, the county has opted not to charge a franchise fee, so that benefits the residents of the hamlet of Gadsby and the hamlet of Bothell. You probably see their utility bills going down substantially. 1001 Drumheller Sergeant Arms is moving on to Brooks, and so I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Stewart?
Yeah, and just further to 10.1, the reassignment of Sergeant Harms. When they had coffee with the cop in Bymore, he was in attendance from the Drumheller detachment as well as the Hannah detachment and the Stettler detachments. So got the chance to meet him. Yeah, seemed like a very fine officer. But that's the ones they pick to move, I think.
I sent him a note from council and administration thanking him for his service and asking him not to be a stranger and to stop in and see us next time he's in stuff.
Any other questions on the consent? Oh, you'll move them, Councilor Brewer? Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. Okay. Well, we're into in-camera session now.
Yes, we are.
Well, it's early today, but yeah. And that's falls under point section 25 and sections 23 for the four in-camera issues, which is local public body confidences and harmful to economic and other interests of public body. So,
What section is it?
section 25 and 23.
They're just trying to beat you out at dinner.
You can go back. You want to-
Back at noon.
No, you can eat.
You know which one I'm talking about.
That one's 19. Yeah.
Okay, so we get a motion to
Public comment.
Camera?
Councilor McKay made a motion to put in camera, all in favor? Then that's Carried. So our meeting is reconvened. We are to our 1 o'clock delegation, Lauren Reed, Central Alberta Regional Victims Service Society. And for an update, we'll start with introductions. Craig?
Greg Jackson, Director of Operations.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Good afternoon.
Paul McKay, good afternoon.
Larry Clark?
Justin Stevens, good afternoon.
Les Dilbert, Councillor by Moran Diang.
James Nyberg, Erskine South Warden Councillor.
Mr. Grishik, Director of Municipal Services.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, thank you for the introductions. Shall I jump it right in?
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, so I'm Lauren Reed. I'm the CEO of the newly formed CARBS. So we started operations in your area October 1st of last year. So we're just getting through our first few quarters here. I'm really excited to be here today. I've done a lot of work in victim services over the last 20 or so years, and a good chunk of that actually was in this area. So driving around today, I'm remembering sort of my first call outs, and I had done a lot of work in inner city victim services for a long time in Edmonton, and then I moved out this way, and it changed everything for me when I moved out to this area, because I saw what happens to a community when tragedy strikes in a way that I hadn't seen in the city before. So I always think of the Stettler area as sort of a pivotal point in my career, and supporting the victims and what that should look like in rural settings. So just wanted to give a little plug there. My youngest son was born in the Stettler Hospital, so I'm happy to be back doing this work. Yeah. CARBS, Central Alberta Regional Victim Serving Society. It's a bit of a mouthful, but the idea is that there's 4 regions now looking after victim services, and we're the central region. So Stettler RCMP detachment jurisdiction falls under our program. So I'm gonna click. Perfect. Who we are, we're the same as always. We're here to help victims of crime and tragic circumstances in your community. We have local navigators in your detachment areas helping victims of crime. We're just a little larger than the 1-person unit that used to be around. So this is our org chart, just to get a feel for our team. So we have a small sort of leadership team, and then we broke down the detachments there so you can see and how many navigators are in each. So that's sort of a little view of what we're dealing with. So it really is that central Alberta zone. So we go all the way up to Morinville, down to Innisfail, over to Rocky Mountain House, and then Stettler's kind of on our east side. This is sort of...
Can I just ask, Red Deer, does it have its own?
It does, yes. Thank you for that. So Red Deer RCMP, they do have their own municipal victim service unit that runs in the city limits. We work really well with them and in conjunction with them, but they handle anything in the city limits and that RCMP detachment. And then we have that surrounding area. Same with Strathcona County. So in Alberta, there are still municipal victim service units, Calgary Police, Edmonton Police, Red Deer, as well as Strathcona, and then Wood Buffalo up in Fort Mac area. So we work sort of alongside them. Largely, we take over the smaller RCMP detachments, but in Central, you'll see we have a good chunk of the large ones as well, such as Leduc and St. Albert and those. So that's what we look like. The new regional victim serving societies were broken up by RCMP districts. So we've got East, West, Central, and South right along the RCMP boundaries. So that little brown section in the middle, that's our central. It's done by population, as you can imagine. So we do have the smallest geographic area, but we do have a lot of population in there. The transition happened over, I think it was 2.5 years of consultation and talks with the government. There was pros and cons on both sides, and we saw all of that, but it did happen, and that's why I'm here today. It's going well. All of the pros that were listed out in the consultation have come to fruition, which is nice, and we've been able to retain a lot of regional differences and autonomy. We are a separate not-for-profit organization. We're not under the government, we're not under the RCMP. We are still a separate not-for-profit. So we are able to make our own decisions about things and treat each area as a unique area, which is something that was important to me when I signed on to this transition. People talk a lot about like who's getting what services. Again, we are here to provide information, support, and referrals to victims of crime and tragic circumstances. We want to make sure that it's happening in an equitable way across the province, that no matter where somebody is a victim, they're going to get the same services. They're going to get the same support, whether it's in Bashaw or St. Albert. We think of things, the victims, as direct victims or indirect victims. Something's happened directly to you, or perhaps you're a witness to something, or someone that you care about has been affected. We see them equally, and we support them equally as well. We always say it's a no wrong door approach. This was one of the criticisms of the new model at one point, was that we were going to be passing off things or not helping people, and that's just not the case. Just like how it's been in this area for 30 years, if somebody comes to victim services for help, we're going to help them regardless of whether or not they've been a victim of crime. We're going to have all of the referrals, we have all of the connections, there's going to be that warm handoff. We do get about 90% of our referrals right now from the RCMP. That is our sort of direct referral line. We are housed in the RCMP detachments alongside the members, but we can take referrals from people, self-referrals, community referrals. We often get referrals from council in many areas when they hear about something that's happened. So we're open to any form of getting somebody support. What our navigators do is really, like I said, support, information, and referral. That initial services can be anything from crisis assessment to providing them information about their rights as a victim of crime, to helping connect them with food bank resources, mental health resources, you name it. So that's sort of in the first hours or day of something terrible happening. And we work with them, make a case plan, and make connections to make sure that they have supports going forward. Where we really shine is in the court navigation. This is what we're here. This is our specialty. This is where all our navigators training comes in. They are there to walk through the entire criminal justice process with the victims. They will liaise with the Crown Prosecutor's Office, help with making people comfortable for statements, reviewing statements before trial, being there throughout the trial, you name it. So we help with all the forms, any financial assistance needed. That's really what takes up the bulk of any navigator's day. The criminal justice system, as we know, isn't perfect. Things are taking a long time right now. We have cases that are, still ongoing with court dates or, rescheduling of trials up to 2 years still. So a lot of times the people who end up on our navigators caseloads, they're there for quite some time. We're building relationships with these folks and really walking alongside them for quite some time. It's definitely not short-term support. In a perfect world, it would be, as we'd see trials wrapping up quicker, but that's just not the case. The other question I get often is, are you guys still doing call-outs, after-hours crisis support, and things like that? And yes, we are. So obviously, we went into operations October 1st, so we did it quietly and just sort of a slow rollout and make sure that we could handle what's going on. But since day one, we've been able to do after-hours crisis support. That's a direct referral either from a nurse at a hospital or the RCMP. So if something happens and they need somebody after hours, weekends, evenings, holidays, you name it. We always have somebody available to triage that, to see what we can do. And I think we're running a 95% rate right now of being there in person if requested. So we're doing really well with that. Stettler, we're really lucky. We kept on some of our volunteer advocates from the old program, which has just been very valuable. We're still leaning on that volunteer program. That's still a pillar of what we're trying to do in our communities. That's how we can achieve the after-hours support, particularly with tragic events, next of kin notifications, or sudden deaths. So we are still looking for more in your area. So if anyone's looking for a very meaningful volunteer experience, send them our way, because we would love to train them up and get them on the team. But we are still providing that service. You have one navigator full-time in the Stettler RCMP detachment. Her name's Sheila. She is a veteran victim services support person. She's held a few different roles over the years. And she is just like, she's incredible. If anyone's ever met her, Sheila Gongway, she is just absolutely lovely. And she's leading that detachment in an excellent way. Carbs in Central here, we were extremely lucky, and we actually retained 87% of the existing victim services staff in the communities. Almost everybody came over to the new model if they didn't retire. And so we are incredibly fortunate to have such a wealth of knowledge and skills. And I do include the advocates in that as well. So we're feeling very fortunate to have such an incredible team still doing the work that's been over 40 years in Alberta in this area. So that's my very brief and quick spiel about where we're at. But please ask questions. I'd love to answer them.
So where do you see the level of staffing going from here? Do you have, like, your funding right now is a little tight, I understand. Do you see that getting better, or?
Yeah, we have some really good commitments from the government. Obviously, we're in a pilot. We're in a year 2, technically, of a pilot grant. Next year, we go into full operational grants. They're taking this really seriously. They are listening to me every step of the way for our needs and what we want. We don't want to get back into the world of fundraising every weekend, which was the reality for most of my units here, just to afford to pay their staff and have things for the community. And they're committed to not having us need to do that. So we're feeling pretty good. Obviously, we are solely funded right now through the Victims of Crime Grant, through the government of Alberta. So that is our sole funder. So there's a lot of pressure on them right now, not gonna lie. But they know it and they believe in this, and they do believe in victim services, and we're seeing that. A lot of support happening.
So are you able to do fundraising on the side too as well, or have they kind of kiboshed that?
We can, like I said, we are an independent, not-for-profit organization, so it's definitely always on the table. We are accepting we're not soliciting right now for donations, and we're not fundraising, but we can accept private donations that want to go to specific things for victims of crime. So we are open to that. We're just being really cognizant right now of keeping the level of support and services the same provincially. So we are 4 different regional societies, but we work together quite a bit. Myself and the other CEOs are meeting weekly to make sure that we're keeping in alignment, that no area in Alberta is going to get sort of extra services or less services than another. So we're really kind of holding each other's hands through this, making sure that we're keeping that alignment strong. And if there's opportunities to grow, that we help each other also provide those to the communities.
Councillor Stevens?
What have you noticed for changes in level of service when you went to this regionalized, kind of more centralized model versus the old model? And it was all the talk of previous RMA conventions as this happens. So what have you seen
Definitely, and I can be honest, I worked in the old model, like I said, in many different areas. I was in Coronation for a long time. I was in Fort Saskatchewan for a long time. And every program was very different. So there was almost 80 different programs in Alberta, and I can say that they all ran very differently with different service levels for their victims. We also had many that didn't have any services for victims in their communities. So we go into this and we say, oh, it's going to be the same. Like we're getting the same grant under the same, parameters, and they were supposed to be doing the same things. Well, that's just not the case. So I can be honest about that. We've seen just wildly different things happening. In this area, I can honestly say no changes. We're running a very similar program to what you have seen over the years. In some areas, we've had to change. We aren't able to, go out, into private property and pick people up and bring them into the city anymore. There's our staff have policies and procedures which many didn't have, and that's not against any of the the units previously, but it was just a little bit more grassroots and there wasn't a lot of rules. That's one of the things we see is transportation. Some units across Alberta were transporting people quite a bit, something that we're not able to do for a variety of logistic reasons. We did see some units were able to do a lot of fundraising to provide emergency accommodations to victims of crime, sort of in a pinch when instead of going through emergency assistance or other ways, they were able to upfront some of those costs. That's something we're not able to do right now. But we haven't left anyone hanging. Everybody, we have always, 100% of the time so far, we've been able to find somebody emergency accommodations and get them there safely. Just not having maybe that extra money laying around a bit to solve those problems, especially in the rural area, which we know is important. You have to be flexible and creative. So we're just finding new ways to do that within the model and making sure that the staff aren't burning out. So that's one of the biggest things as we were seeing our one-person units like Stettler, Bashaw, Innisfail, Camrose. They were one-person units and they were working 60 hours a week. Those folks were working 50 hours in the office and on call all weekend and every night. So one of the biggest changes we've seen is a balance. There's no coverage. They can take a weekend off and turn off their phone because there's somebody who's going to come and cover for them. They have really great benefits and mental health supports and professional training and professional development. So we're seeing a lot of positives for the navigators who are doing the frontline work, which to me brings the service level up for the whole community. But as we see changes or things that, as we noticed, oh, this unit used to do this, we're trying to find a way to continue that or partner with another agency that's more appropriate perhaps to do those things to make sure that service isn't lost on the community.
Follow-up question. You touched on you will still accept donations. Is it safe to assume that donation would go to the region and not be earmarked for any one specific community?
Correct. Yeah. So that's one of the changes in sort of how so when somebody does come forward and want to donate, we're really clear on what that donation is for. We had somebody donate and we literally bought cases of water to have at the courthouse because we were finding that there was no water available for victims at the smaller courthouses. So they knew that money and those cases of water were going to go to the whole region and all of the provincial courthouses, things like that. But yeah, it is generally, we're trying to make it, again, equitable for our region as well, so that it's not one community getting something over another, but rather how can we lift everyone up?
So, typically, do you have staff in each of the communities listed to respond when there's a need, or do you move them in from other areas in some situations?
I'd say both. So we have somebody in every community. So yeah, one to four people are working in each of the detachments in all of the communities. But we've had needs where, there's been larger events where we've been able to pull from our staff in neighboring areas to come and assist. Same with advocates. Actually, it's been a really great experience because we have a lot of advocates that live rural and they live on sort of what used to be, you know, jurisdictional boundaries, but now they're able to help in a lot more places. And most of our advocates are willing, they'll drive up to an hour sometimes just to get to someone to help. So that's been a really great positive.
Any other questions? So the service, like as far as the need for the service, have you seen a change in it? Because I know it was really talked about quite a bit when it was being taken away, you know, and not really told how the service would be going forward.
Yeah, definitely. No, this area, it's been really great. When we came in, we actually transitioned Stettler. I think it was our first transition to happen because there actually wasn't a victim service unit active for quite some time before we came in. So official transition was October 1st, but we transitioned and got somebody into the detachment Stettler in August because there was no victim services at the time. So we always say Stettler was a bit of our guinea pig, but it went really well. And the detachment commander is very supportive and happy with the service. Our victims have been happy. We are seeing some historic trends in this area of lower crime, which is the only place I can actually say that. So I'll let the detachment commander speak to that specifically. But for us, for victimization, it's actually lower than it has been in a few years. So that's interesting. Again, we're here to help. We don't know why things happen that way, but it's been nice because it's opened up Sheila, our navigator, to really be able to dig in with her clients and be there. And she was supposed to be here today. She sends her regrets. She's actually in a trial in Red Deer with a client right now. So I told her that's more important. So.
You got Councilor Stevens?
So what would you say for our local community and office, what is your current biggest need? Is the need just to get advertisement in the services available, making connections with other services that would likely need your assistance, i.e. fire or emergency management, maybe Clearview? What is your current bottleneck for?
Yeah, in this area, we're doing pretty well. I come from a background in emergency management, so this was a good fit for me in this area as well. But we've really integrated well with your local FCSS, fire, just using multiple, the church, Rotary has been chatting with us quite a bit. But I think our need, we could use some more volunteer advocates because it is a large area. Like the Stettler detachment area covers quite a bit of space. So we would love to see some more volunteers. Our biggest thing is also just wanting victims to understand their rights and what our services are. Like I said, we get most of our referrals from the RCMP when something's happened. But there's also victims out there that maybe haven't reported yet. And that's something we really want to work on in the next 6 months, is sort of getting the word out there that, you know, we can support quite a bit, even if you haven't reported the crime yet, or you're not ready to, you know, or whatever the circumstance might be, or maybe you have a friend who you've heard has been through a hard time and you're looking for resources or ways to help. We're here for that. We would love for people to be reaching out, doing self-referrals. I think sometimes because we're tucked in the RCMP detachment, we're not as accessible sort of out in the open to the public. So Sheila's going to be getting out to all of the events. Stettler has got a lot going on, as you guys know, in the next 4 months. You must be running off your feet getting to all the events. But you'll see Sheila and myself out just trying to chat with people and make sure they know that we're here. Sheila has a direct email, stettler@carves.ca, as well as her direct line at the detachment. People are more than welcome to reach out any way possible. We're on social media. Yeah, just making sure that people know that we're here, even if they haven't gone to the police yet, or even if they haven't and maybe they didn't get a referral, or they maybe had said no at some point that they didn't need us, that they can always change their mind and we're here. So our big thing over the summer here is just getting out in the community, making sure the community knows that we're still here. we know that there's been a lot of sort of negative talk, and we've heard lots from RMA, but a lot of what we're hearing is just not true. So we just want to get out into the communities and talk to people and let them know we're still here, we're still doing call outs, and every day Sheila's helping a victim of crime in Stettlers.
Council Stolberg?
I'm chairman of the local FCSS board here, and through our FCSS, we've heard very positive comments on the new arrangement, the new model. So
thank you. I appreciate that. FCSS is our biggest provincial partner in every community. We lean on each other so much, and the work that they do is very important.
So I
So
was quite curious too, hearing some concerns through RMA, but sometimes that one squeaky wheel does get all the grease, or wants all the grease, whatever. And so I was curious. I had asked the question to our executive director just recently.
yeah.
Yes, she thinks it's probably maybe better than the old systems.
I'd say that's the most of the feedback we're getting. Again, I'm only speaking for Central, so I just always like to point that out. Like, I know inside and out my Central region and how it's going, but I can tell you right now, I'm very proud to be part of this. And like I said, I was on the Alberta Association of Police-Based Victim Services for a long time. I've been on boards for victim services. This has been a long part of my life, and I can honestly say I'm very proud to be part of this new model.
Hey, Lauren, just sent a text to Nikki just asking if we could promote victim services in our county connection on our website. And she said absolutely, but could we leave the presentation for our website too?
Absolutely. The only, maybe just have the slide with all of my navigators' names attached to that one. I might leave that one off just for their privacy.
If she can, if we can, you can have contact information, she could get in touch with you also, and then
Absolutely.
you can work through with what.
Yeah, definitely.
That gets it out to a pretty big part of our population. And
Yeah, I would love that. Just, yeah, like I said, we just want people to know that we're here, and it's, that we're still around, and try not to be hiding in the detachment so much.
so, yeah, we'll get, if you can leave your contact information with Andrew, then.
We've got it.
We've got it all over.
Presentations.
Perfect.
Oh, it is too.
Great running.
That might have been part that we were supposed to keep though.
No.
Thank you very much for coming in. I know that Victim Services responded to a tragedy out in my area, and both the family and as well as the business owners were very happy with the response and the assistance that you guys provided.
And I'm pleased, anytime you have feedback, please feel free. That's my email, my phone number there. If anyone, good or bad, we want to know, because obviously we are in only a few months of actual operations here still. So we're very open to feedback from the whole spectrum. But so far, I'm pretty proud of my team. They're doing a great job.
Thank you so much for coming in, Lauren, and showing us this and letting us like us ourselves as counselors be aware of what's actually happening and what's in and how good it is.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. Perfect.
Good, thank you.
I'm not being scary.
There's a few that are scary, but
We tone it down when there's people in the room.
yeah. Thank you very much. Hey, Andrew, do we do all our motions at the same time, or do you want to should we do the one before we go back into camera?
We can absolutely do that one.
Mr. Chairman, I would, or I think it's actually Mr. Stevens that would like to do this. I could make it, it doesn't matter.
I can do it. I'll make a motion regarding our septic hauling. I'll move that we instruct staff to reevaluate road bans at Buffalo Sands and explore option number 4 for BVE, and to look into grant options for a long-term solution for treatment options.
Oh,
He did.
is there any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make one more motion that we instruct administration to bring back possibly presentations of a solid waste, how was that?
I would just call it a modular wastewater treatment
A
system.
modular, thank you, a modular wastewater treatment system.
Any questions, concerns?
All the question, all in favor? Opposed? Were you opposed or in favor, Dave? You were in favor? Okay.
Ah,
Carried.
all right, you better get your eye on it.
Okay,
Another motion to take us back into camera. Councilor McKay,
I will do so.
all the question, all in favor? Carried. And then, next meeting, special council meeting on Wednesday, April 30th for budget.
So you won't be here for that, will you? You're not sure?
You tell me what I'm gonna feel like.
Yeah, well, or to the point even, Ernie, if you wanted that, if you want to call in.
I think I could operate.
I think we're more than capable of having them call in, aren't we? Yeah, if you'd like to call in from home, you can.
Or just take it easy.
Yeah. No, he's been taking it easy for the last year, like, for God's sakes, he's gonna have a new cylinder there, let's get him working. Oh, okay,
Then they'll build a
we're on,
stand.
yeah, okay, sorry, I'm giving you this, good humor. Okay, can we, our adjournment, then we've got a regular council meeting on May 14th, so Council Grover, adjournment, all question, all in favor?